Hello. Okay. I'm not sure how the audio sounds and etc. So let me know if it's problematic. Hello Nathan. Hello Dan. Good afternoon. Glad you like the work, Dan. Okay. Alright. So, alright, it's good to hear. So I am not gonna be saying what story I'm doing a backdrop for, obviously. So I guess you can just guess on your own, but I'm not gonna confirm anything. But I will just be streaming the process and see how that goes. And see if my internet can keep up. I do plan on like upgrading it soon, so that will help. Okay, anyways. So I'm starting from scratch, obviously. Just so it can be kind of documented as much as I can. Right now I'm just blocking out the scene, essentially. That story was sure something. Thinking of doing like a downhill kind of thing. But it's still like a general shape first. And then I will deform it however I need to. Trying to make something that is similar to a trail camera in the forest. That kind of look. Obviously, that will be mostly done in post after the 3D is done. Because camera emulation is usually done in like post effects. How has it been working with the boys, and how long in advance do they give you to work usually? I really like working with them. It's like really chill. They're really fun to work with. And that depends, like how soon I know like what to do. Depends on when they record, you know, the episode, and when the audio format is ready, kind of. And then the producers let me know. Sometimes it can be basically right after the day they upload, or sometimes it can literally be like 2 days earlier. So like super like tight in terms of deadline. So, but I have adapted to kind of doing work as fast as I can without really sacrificing quality, more or less. Like at this point, the only difference that it makes if I work longer on a project is that I just have more tools or rigs to work with, like adjust kind of for like a long-term development. But without that, I can just kind of do the same level of quality, but with less tools to work with, if that makes sense. It's kind of like imagine drawing on like a single layer versus drawing on multiple layers and having control over different parts. So if I do it in a day, for example, then it's kind of like drawing on a single layer, but you can still make it look good, basically. Okay. I'm gonna start with like simple shapes. These are gonna be resembling like trees and stuff like that. Doesn't have to be too detailed right now. Just to shape it. Let me also darken the area around the camera so that I have a better sense of the composition. Like that. That's crazy cool. You work so fast, but it's still quality stuff. The moth one was sick. Yeah, I think the moth one was done in a day or two. I think it was maximum 2 days. Which would be your longest time taken and shortest time on a project? Well, the longest one was back in a day. Okay, so there was a commission I did that took almost a year, just because of the pauses I had to make. Like I didn't have time to sit down for it, so that's why it took so long. But if I'm talking about which project took the longest while simultaneously working on it, like every day, then probably the CreepCast intro, the most recent one I can remember. Because I was working on that pretty much every day. And each story scene in there was done in a day, basically. So each of them took a day. But then, you know, other stuff also needs to be done. So it just rounded up to like a month. Or I think it was like 19 days or something like that, if I remember correctly. But close to a month. Alright, make the camera a bit bigger so I know where it is. It's from this side. Yeah, that's wrong. make a bit of like a hill. Yeah. Could also do this so it goes down. Would be good for like a bevel, or I guess for the light to catch it. Okay. Could make like a path down, maybe. That could work. But I think I'll do that with materials and masks. Okay. I think I'll do more hills in the background. Doesn't have to be connected to this one. It can just be separate. Copy the modifiers from this. Alright. I guess I could just subdivide it and then scale it. And then just deform however I want. What is the backdrop? A backdrop is also hello, Randall. Backdrop is in this context like a background where there's gonna be like story text over it. So when the podcast hosts are reading the story, the text is gonna appear over it. Of any of the past stories the boys have done, which would you want to do a visual for? I mean, I kind of just done the ones I wanted to do. But, like, for example, if they ask me to make like a new intro for them at some point, I don't know, then I would just go back and pick. I know that people want me to do left-right game. I have yet to finish that, like listening to it. But yeah, like I'm probably gonna do that one if I have to. I do know that I want to have this be foggy, like a really foggy environment, so I'm probably gonna do that. I also always use this just for real world scale. It's kind of like an average human size as a guide. I'll use these spheres to kind of resemble like a bush or something. I would want to place them. I kind of want to have one really close to the camera in the foreground so that it's out of focus. Kind of like that. But also just make a simple material here and make it so that it's colorful. just so that it's easier to distinguish what I'm doing. It's like the ground, basically. We'll need some grass as well. I'm just like looking at references. It doesn't, like, I don't have it on screen right now on the stream, but I have it here. So I'm just looking at like trail camera pictures, just kind of taking the reference from that. It's a little bit broken in a way, but it works. C-scale is what we need also. Okay. I don't know why it shifts so much sometimes. Yeah. I think this is okay. I can just change it if I want to later. and decide where I want it to be. So let me move this guy over here to the rock, so I know how big it is. That's pretty huge, so I don't want it to be that big. That's kind of adjusted based on this guy. She's a question, but to someone who wants to start to learn Thunder and such, what do you say? Just do it. Pretty much. I mean, like, it's not like you have to pay for anything. Hello, Paranus, I think. That's how you say name. You're so cool, man, thank you. Okay, rock displacement. I don't think this is supposed to be here. Yeah, it's like red. That wasn't even affecting anything. Okay. Alright, so rock. Maybe a little bit closer like this. Could be a little too big still, in comparison to the human scale, maybe, maybe not. Usually I like to have a kind of a sandwich modifier thing going on with displacement, so I just put subsurface first, then displacement, and then subsurface again, because it like smooths it out. So since this has like I guess I'll just increase. I guess I'll turn this off. I'll increase this so it matches the second one. And then I'll just sandwich it like that. And now it's kind of smooth. Doesn't have to be too much detail. Like this looks fine. Could even do this. Because generally speaking, geometry is for the silhouette side of things. Whereas texture is kind of like what is in the area. Like, do you see this outline here, for example? Like, imagine this outline is representative of the geometry, which it is, but then whatever is inside of it, that's the detail that you can bring out using a texture. So sometimes you don't even need any high detailed geometry, because you can just use textures for the detail, which it is what I usually do. Saves on performance, and then in turn that saves you render times. Although render times aren't exactly a problem for me typically with these backdrops, because I render in layers and passes. So usually I just need to render like a single frame and then maybe like a couple of frames of animation. But that animation is just on like a transparent background, so it's not calculating all of the other geometry because I have it turned off. But the background is still transmitting the reflections, like the information for the light and stuff, is just not visible, where the animation is the animation of like a different object. So it saves a lot on performance that way. I only recently, like when I did the Tiki-Toby backdrop, that is when I started using passes and layers, and that has been really helpful. And I do recommend looking into it at some point if you are using Blender, because it will help you a lot. Okay. Let me turn on render view for a second, and then I'll bring in like a sky texture for typical light. Okay, so then I'll just mess around with the settings basically. You can also plug this into the background node, and then I can just kind of adjust the strength of it like that. That's way better. Okay. Okay, so considering for the dirt, I usually like use noise texture, like really for a simple dirt, that is. So if I just do this real quick, and then I add color ramp, plug that into the base color, then I just kind of change this. Right now it doesn't look that great, obviously, because I still need to add the bump, and also I need to turn up the roughness. So if I add the bump here, and then plug this in, that in, now it kind of has this illusion of geometry, but it's not actually geometry. And then I can also add more detail, like that. And it is important to kind of keep in mind the proportions while you do this as well, because, you know, textures can look out of scale as well if you're not paying attention. So just kind of like, I usually just eyeball it relative to a human, so it's like scale. Good. Now I can also make another one of this, but this one could be like green or something, like maybe not exactly green, yellowish perhaps. Turn this up a little bit. So this is going to be kind of like the grass layer, but it's not going to be actual grass. I usually have like a color beneath the grass so that it fills in the gaps and just gives you like the illusion that there's more grass there, but it's actually just color. Helps a lot. I might need to use a different texture for this, or like different texture scale. Turn up the roughness or something. Kind of like a meadow look, you could say. And then if I want to mix these two, then I will need to use either vertex color, which is like geometry based painting. If I go here, color attributes, and then I say like grass mask or something, if I call it that, and then I go to vertex paint, now you see this like black canvas and I can paint on it, but as you can see it's not the highest resolution because of, you know, there's not much geometry going on. So I can also just apply it, but I don't want to do that yet, so I'll just do this for now. And then if I go back and then I add a color attribute node here like that, and then I preview it, you can see it up here. So now that's like a mask. So whatever is like in 3D generally, black and white is like a mask. So black is 0, 1, and then white is 1. So then what I can do with this is, if I were to, I don't know, if I want to mix these two colors, right? Right now they are mixing very primitively, like using opacity like this. But you can use this opacity or factor, it's called. And then like you use the mask here, you plug this into the factor, and now you can see what it does. That's how it mixes it. And then if I preview the actual material, then it kind of appears like that. This can work too, honestly. It's fine if there's not much geometry. Like this, this is fine. It looks bad here, but in practice it's not bad. And I could also basically duplicate this again. And then we will need to have a coordinate system here. So like this. And so if I want to, for example, distort this, I should have done this here actually, I'm dumb. Should just mix these two like that. And then if I put this on color burn, you can see that it blends them together. Like here's the noise texture, here's the mask, and then kind of has a blend between. And I'll just kind of adjust it however I want. And also make it more harsh if I wanted to. So if I add a color ramp here, I can make it so that there's more of a definitive edge to it. Check how this looks from top view. Okay. I want to make it more slim, I think, if I can. Let me see. Without like adding more geometry, but I don't know, I feel like I'm gonna need to do that. So like this, you can have some sort of a curvature to it as well, it's fine. Makes it more, I don't know, natural. That should be good, I think. Now another thing we can do is, let's say I want this path to be kind of sunken, like lower than the grass side of this. I can just add another conf node, right? And then if I take this mask, this black and white mask, and then I plug that into height of this, and maybe invert it, you can see how it kind of looks like it's going down level-wise, and that kind of translates it to the material view. It's not perfect, but let me see how it looks in the camera. Okay. Could also maybe use this rather than that, so it has more information, I guess, because this one is kind of clamping it because of the contrast I added. So maybe this is a bit better. I think this is fine. And then I'll just adjust it as I go. Yeah. Checking why I can't change that shadow there. I think it might be because of this. Yeah, okay. So that's what it's tied to. Good to know. We also maybe turn down the sky a bit. None of this is like set in stone, by the way. It never really is, but it's kind of like sketching. Let me just add a basic mist. Trying to remember what was one of the ways I saw recently. Somebody did it. Usually I use like an emission node inside of a volume output. So like if I do this, I delete that, and I pick emission, plug this into volume. Now if I plug this in like this, it'll be a flashbang. But if I do like a really low value, that's kind of the effect it has. And that works. This isn't actual volumetrics, if that makes sense. It's kind of like tricking it, gives it an illusion of it. Because the reason why I use this is because it's less intensive. Because if I use an actual volume, I'm gonna also have to turn this down. It is working, it's just that it takes way longer to calculate the light passing through it and etc. But it might be fine for like a single frame, you know. Another cool thing I like to do is I like to plug in a noise texture here. So if I see this view, this is what it's doing right now. But if I do like go around here, add that in density, it's kind of like doing that. I can also turn this down, and it's going to be less intensive. And I can also stretch it vertically. Like that. Let me try turn this up a little bit. So I want it to be like, I want the overall fog, but then I also want some clouds or whatever you want to call these as well. Let's see. Let's turn this up until you can't see the background. So kind of like that. And then turn this up. Might need to turn down the scale a bit. But also make it a bit like bigger so that it covers more area, which means it's gonna be hiding in the sky a bit more. So like if I were to do this, there's like there's gaps like this, you could say. But if I do this, it just covers more in the background. Okay. Now I'm gonna put this to wire display so I can see through it in here. All right. Let me mix a bit more color to the grass material. So let's do, I could maybe do it like this as well. Let me turn this down, see how that looks. I think I want to add a bit more layering to this as well. So if I were to duplicate this, and then I just turn down the scale, this down, there's like bigger clumps of the black color here, which then I can use as like a blending kind of. So if I set it to multiply, then I adjust it. That's kind of what happens. I don't know why it's dimming the entire thing. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, so now that's more like it. Doesn't have to be extreme, just like a little bit should be fine. Like this one here. And it just gives it a little bit more randomness, you know, helps it in the long run. Okay. Okay. I'm thinking, I guess for the grass I could just use geoscatter as I usually do. Let me actually do this rock material real quick. Turn off the fog temporarily, so I can just see a bit better. Okay.
know it seems so quick and easy, sentimentally assumed.
Thinking if I should make this kind of like a rainy environment, like damp looking, or not. I don't know, we'll see. Let's use a Voronoi as well, why not? So, turn this down. Okay. You know what, maybe it's better if I do this instead. Burn. The gaps are a bit too big though. So maybe I should move this here. And then just like that. This will need some adjusting. Okay, and then maybe add another one, another texture that will just kind of isolate areas. So if I do add on that, then check what this looks like. It's better if I do this on the mix. Let's see. And it's very fun, I think. Why not? It's not like this is going to be visible all that much in the camera, but a little bit it will be, so it's fun. I think I'll just kind of adjust the scale of this a bit more, or the line thickness for this. Also do the distortion. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Okay. Okay, so no. I don't think Joe's cutter had any tree models. Let's see. It's just, yeah. Okay. Alright, so I guess I could start by adding some grass. Why not? So for that, I think I'll just need to apply this geometry at the very least. And then have this selected. Yep. And let's see, so let's pick some grass here. I think this should be fine. This is usually what I go with. Scatter selected, sure. Okay. And then I don't really use it as is. I usually like to go here or wherever this is. There. So this is kind of what's being scattered right here. So this is quite a lot when you repeat it multiple times. So what I like to do is I just go here and I decimate it. Like, I guess until it looks visible enough, but also not exactly destroyed. And then I'll just like paste this across the other parts. Just adjust basically. Try to get it as close to the optimal geometry level as possible, just so that the project doesn't start lagging. I think this should be fine. Yeah. So now if I go back, it's basically just already applied to this because it's using this collection as an instance. And now I can change the scale. I like to make them a bit more vertical, like this. And then I also like to add a weight map, weight paint. There. So now if I, for example, make one, call it grass or something, and then go to weight paint, I can just paint this now, and I can also select this, and now they just appear like that. Right. Usually what I like to do also is I just look at the camera, and I just use the camera as a painting canvas, because you're just going to be seeing this area, so there's no point for me to paint like behind the camera or outside of it basically. So I just kind of adjust it based on this. I don't remember where the path was exactly. It's like, yeah, so like that. It'd be fine if I do it like that. And then if there's any gaps, you know, I can just go here from this wheel and fill them like that. Same thing with this. It kind of gives you like a pattern. Best stuff. What are you doing, dude? Yeah, it is basically creepypasta stuff. CreepCast is a podcast where they read creepypastas, and I have been doing backdrops for them for like, I don't know, more than a month now. Yeah, I do like spooky stuff. Let's change this. Alright. What are creepypastas? Are they macaroni with cheese, if you want them to be? Yeah. Basically. Yeah, obviously the density of this isn't a lot, but we will increase that. Also, I'm gonna add some scale randomization. And try to get this out of the path also. If it's gonna invert the sides in your brain when you're looking at the camera from the side. I mean, it can be a CP, but not necessarily. Creepypastas have been around for a while. Let me check the sizing here real quick. Okay. I think that should be okay. I mean, it's kind of like long grass, basically, so... Maybe let's try to match the ground a bit with the grass in terms of color. Okay. Or I could just shift the color of the grass itself also, like to more of a yellowish color. I think that could also fit. Okay. So if I go here, also I should apply proper color spaces. I didn't do that, so let's just do that real quick. Maybe I should turn the render view off for a bit for this, because it'll take a bit to process. Albedo should be this. Roughness, raw. Okay. This isn't even being used, so I'll just delete it. Okay, yeah, that's better. Yeah, I was joking about the creepy macarons. It's TLDR is just like creepy stories that people have made on the internet. That's basically the gist of it. Where's the camera? There. Alright, let me try adding some depth of field here. So let's see, maybe we can focus like around this area. That could be good. Basically like that, yeah. And now the foreground is blurred, which I like. Alright, next. I want more grass to be like on this area. I don't know why it's not appearing, so add a bit more white painting here. Probably just need to turn up this distribution slider density, but I'm also trying to not like make this super heavy to work with. I can also use viewport display percentage, so I can like turn this down for the viewport, but when it renders it'll just use the whole thing. So add a bit more in here, like that. Okay, so now this is just the grass layer. I'm going to add some flowers maybe and stuff like that, so that there's a bit more variation. So I'm gonna just adjust it a bit so that it's not completely blocking the view. Also, this should be okay. Composition wise, you can also do annotations like draw like this, for example, like how do you want the placements to be like, what do you want the composition to be like, and if you just draw random stuff here, you can just use that as a guide. I just don't usually do it because I don't need to. I just use my eyes, but it is useful. So a bit more here. I just don't want it to be on the path. Like there's a bit here. Well, actually that's on the foreground. It's not really on the path. Yeah, that should be okay. But I would still like it if there was a bit more going on right there. Now I will just add another layer of like flowers. Let's see. So let's do dandelions are fine. I also like these because they're like taller plants and they kind of stick out, which I like. Okay. If I add this to the scene, does that mean it doesn't automatically scatter and I can just choose when to do it? I guess I'll try. Okay, so this added to the scene. This one. Yeah, okay, so I just like That's a collection itself, not really in here, but I can technically select this and then add it. I just don't remember how you do that when it's like individual collections. Hey, really love your work, especially the CreepCast intro. Nice to see the creative process. Happy to hear that. I'm glad that people like it. There has been a lot of positive reception. And it's especially like when I check the comments, it's always like people liking the intro specifically. So that's really nice. Okay. I don't think I can just drag this, can I? No. Alright, then we can just add it like I usually do. So just select that, go here, go there, scatter. Okay. Alright, so they are there, it's just very, very tiny. So I'll just make this a bit bigger, like that. And then I can just use like a separate weight paint for this. I'm just gonna call it Lambs, it says on the collection, so I'll just do that myself. And also I'm just gonna go and decimate them also for optimization. So let's do decimate. I had it on 0.05 on the other one, so I'll just do the same here. And now it's a bit low poly, but it's still good. Okay. I'll just disable that here. And now I can use the weight paint per usual. Just add a weight mask here and then select the weight paint. So let me just start putting them down wherever I want. I don't know where yet, but we'll see. Yeah, so they are appearing, it's just very, not that much. It's like not as frequent, so I'm just going to turn up the density so they are a bit more like covering the area wherever I'm going to paint like this. Now they can appear a bit more. Maybe I should make them a bit taller, or I could also make the grass a bit smaller as well. So like that, and then turn this up. I also need to go back and pick the color spaces here as well. That's good. Right. Pretty good. Let me see if it looks any different with the fog. That's pretty, I like it. Also, this 3D part, it's never the final look because I do heavy post-processing work in like DaVinci or After Effects, where I just add a bunch of like grain, halation, lens distortion, like lens dirt, flares, like a bunch of stuff, just to like emulate the camera because I like doing it. It's fun. And for this one, I will be emulating a trail camera. So it's like, let me turn this on so I can show. It's like stuff like this. This is what I'll be emulating for this backdrop. And I want to also try, you see how there's like a timer right here? I want to try to make it so that the timer that's going to be in the backdrop is actually going to, you know, follow the video duration. Like it'll actively update itself. So I will try to do that in Premiere because that's where the CreepCast editors work in that program. So I'm going to try to do that. I don't usually use Premiere. I just downloaded it because of troubleshooting purposes. Because the editors were having a bit of like problems regarding the color accuracy. So like if you, for example, go back to the first time they showed the intro, or even let's say the Tikitobi backdrop, if you compare that to my upload, it will be more washed out because there was this, I don't know why, but there was a color inaccuracy problem, but now it's fixed, so that's good. How did you learn your skills? So Blender, post-processing, music, etc., just online resources. Also, did you learn them one by one or all at once? Sorry for bothering. You're not bothering. Yeah, I just learned it on the internet. Like, all of them. Like, all the skills. And I guess I did it step by step. I don't know. It's like a significant amount of time was spent on each skill, but I wasn't necessarily jumping back and forth between different programs when I was learning them, because I like to focus on like one of them whenever I'm learning. So I think that's just a bit easier like to control rather than, I don't know, cramming your brain with a bunch of different resources about different programs. And I also never really follow, you know, like, for example, Donut tutorial or Blender, or like these like hyper-specific project tutorials where like you follow them step by step. I don't really do that ever. Because I like to look up what I want to do specifically. Let's say I want to make, I don't know, like realistic glass or whatever. Or even specifically, I want to add scratches to a glass material. I'll just like search that instead of like watching an entire how to make a window tutorial. I think it just streamlines it a bit better and saves time. But, I mean, it's subjective. Like, some people like to follow a tutorial, and that helps them more than if they were to be searching for individual things. But it's up to you, really. I will look for a free bush model here. So let's see. I think it was fine. I think this is good. I think I have actually used this before, even in the intro, I think. So I'll just drag this here. 17 megabytes then. Okay. That's quite large for like a push model, believe it or not. Okay, so let's see. I'll try to decimate it. Let's see how much I can go with it. Turn on the material view. I'm looking forward to Blender 4.5. Okay, and I need to fix the colors real quick. Because they have switched to Vulkan, well, or rather added support to Vulkan. So that means that this type of process of like loading the materials is very fast now compared to now, because right now it's using OpenGL, which is just slower. So looking forward to what they had done. Okay, so there's a branch material, and then there's also the leaf material, so we'll need to... Oh wait, there's actually a lot. Why is there so much? Okay, let me see. So... Oh, no, that's not the correct one. This one. And then we need the albedo of this. So, here. Are these even used? Let me see. Yep. Okay. But I think this one's already selected. Yeah, okay. Good to know. Apparently they are shared. Oh, right, because they are the same image file, so would make sense. What about this? Okay, that's just a simple material. This is also shared. I don't know what this is. You get all. Are these berries? Yeah, I think that's a bit much for this, but I mean, it's fine. It'll be just decimated anyway. Okay, so 0.1. Let's see. That's okay, I think. That's fine. Let me see. So if I just put this And that's the same albedo. Okay. Oh well. I'll just like tweak it. Thanks a lot for the insight. I'll say goodbye for now. Have a nice day. Alright, thank you for hopping in. Hope you enjoyed. Okay. So it's like it's hard to see what this one is. I think it's like a separate grass or leaf mesh that isn't this bright one. So let me find where this one is. Okay, that doesn't do anything. How about... Okay, that does though. Okay, that's good. Let's try to make it a bit more realistic by slightly desaturating it and then shifting it towards yellow a bit. Because right now it just looks artificial. I might also need to turn up the geometry a bit more. So maybe like 0.2. Yeah, it's a bit better. Okay. Also just thinking of like just having one rather than multiple materials for this. But then how would I... Actually, you know what, let me just do this. So go to material view and then select... It's actually kind of hard to tell which one's the saturated one. So I'll just go back to this and you can kind of see those if I look at them, and then I select one of these. Doesn't exactly select them though, like not all of them. What about that? No, that's the regular one. Okay, so this one is problematic, I guess, and then that is also problematic. So then if I do that, maybe it's better. Yeah, that is a bit better, so I'll keep it that way. Yeah, okay. Let me reload this project. I usually reload it after a while, because the VRAM kind of accumulates, and if you want to purge it, I guess you just reload the project. Second.
So we meet again after several years of separation, moving on, moving around. They would spend this time chasing the
Yeah, let me just duplicate this one. With this.
I can never belong to you. I can never belong to you. summer and fall. You're the windsurfer crossing the ocean, I'm the boat behind. Skiffle and ride, shuffle and walk. You're the up-tiptoe ballerina on the chorus line.
Can I... Hold on. Alright, let me just link these. So link object data. So that when I change one thing in this one, then it also changes over there. And also, like, well, it should be already linked with the materials, but I'll do it again, just in case. Okay. Alright, let's see. Which one is the leaves here? Because I really want to just have one leaf material rather than multiple. So I'm trying to find where it is. This is the one I assigned, so that it is, right? But it feels like there's another layer, which I'm not sure which one it is. Thanks for all the work you put in into this shit, man. The backdrops seal the deal of the vibe for every CreepCast episode. Not to mention that intro, I love the long version a lot. Happy to hear that. Happy that you people like it. And I also enjoy working on these. It's a lot of fun. I think I'll have like pebbles on the ground or somewhere like scattered as well. Yeah. Why not? I'll just use another rock generator mesh here just for a simple rock, really. Like that. Just turn it like, we don't want it to be too rough. Just like a simple like pebble, whatever. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So delete this, delete that. What else do we have? Doesn't have to be like too detailed in geometry, so it's fine if it's like not that great, because this is going to be in the background for the most part. Okay, so pebble. Good that your work paid off, bro. Yep. It is. I've been doing this for way too long. 8 years. I'll just add... Okay, this is a weird geometry, what the hell. Alright, I'll just maybe do this. And then trying to like dissect this right now. I mean, why not just make like a cube at this point? Oh, not you. This. Oh, but then it doesn't. Hold on. That should be okay. Then just trying to make it so that it's at the origin point, like this orange dot. So that whenever I scatter it, that it's gonna use this point as the floor. Could also use global displacement, which means if I duplicate it, it's going to be different, like a little bit different, based on where it is. That's fine for static objects. Also, hello, creepypasta guy. Okay. I'll just keep it at this geometry level for now. Seeing this real time is awesome. Glad you like it. Alright, so let's also compare this to the human model because we don't want this to be a boulder, right? So there's the guy. Okay, about the that's probably because of the mid-level. Let me just do that. And also the strength. Okay. Because the original is like that. Maybe I also need to apply the scale, probably. Okay. Or I guess since it is small, it is affected more. And because of that, I need to just make this a bit smaller so that it can deform more, like that. Because if it's bigger, like the texture is bigger, then it's kind of like sampling, I don't know, like this area, for example. Whereas if it's smaller, then there's more possibility of it seeing the map, so it can deform more points. Could maybe turn this up a bit more. Okay, hold on. This should be fine. What was the set origin? I guess I can do it this way. I thought there was a radial menu for this, but I guess not. Maybe there is, I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. Anyways, pebble. Alright, so now I can just move this away. And I should be able to scatter it using this add-on. I could also just use geometry nodes, that's fine. Just trying to do this first. Let's see if I can do that. So, scatter selected. There it is. So now it's basically everywhere. Let me just check if this is fine. Yep. Okay. And now I need to make a map for it, so I can adjust where it's like distributed. Pebble. I want it to be on the path, actually. Hold on. So yeah. It also maybe randomized rotation. I mean, why not? Oh, that's the wrong one, but I mean, I can just do that anyway, why not? It's for the grass. Now, let's do the same for the pebble. Let's randomize it. It's very subtle, but I mean, it'll work. I'm going to bed, but great live stream. Hope you liked it. And good night. Okay, so that's fine. Maybe a bit much, who knows, we'll see. I also need to add a material for it, so it has a better color, or more realistic. So let's do that real quick. That is not the one I wanted to put that on. There. Let's just add a simple color variation as well. But also maybe use object info for this. Okay, so this gives us like a mask for different instances of the same object, which then I can basically use. So if I want, I don't know, not as black, maybe like that, and then I just plug that in to the base color. It's hard to see here, but if I exaggerate it, you can see that those are now darker, and it's kind of like random, so that's good. I like it. I'm just gonna tweak it a little bit, and then let's maybe give this, I don't know, like, I guess object would use different positions for this, right? Let me see. Color ramp. Yeah, so it's not the same. Really like the most recent one with the variations. Yeah, I liked it too. I liked experimenting with the SC art for it. I'll just use this as a darkening, and that multiply, and then there. It's not, obviously it's not evident from here, and it probably won't be visible once I'm done with it. But the general color is still visible, so that's what matters. Contrast is really important in general, whenever you are doing projects, because I usually never look at my work like this, like full screen. I just do it like this, like really a tiny window, because that helps me spot what is like the focus point and what I'm supposed to be building. Like what is the we're gonna see first, because that is a very easy way to figure out where your attention is diverted to. So I recommend doing that with your art, because I think that will help. But it's not just the mass that matters, obviously. It's also colors. Like, sure, this is like a path here, for example. That is like one of the composition pieces, like a guide. But also, a very good way to make something pop is to have desaturated colors for the most part, but then have certain elements be more saturated. That helps a lot with popping, even if it's like not overly saturated. If everything else is monotone and desaturated, then it just has a bigger impact in comparison. Okay. Let's see, I'm gonna experiment a bit with this lighting setup. Let's see. Big background music, glad you like it. But also maybe use one of my tools that I have for God rays. I made this tool a while ago, and I released it for free. So if you want God rays, I guess that's available on my coffee shop. Just trying to think of like the colors right now. What should I go with? Let me try to use the compositor for a bit. For post-processing effects. This isn't like, I don't use Blender for post effects. I use DaVinci. But this is a good way to kind of visualize what I'm gonna go for. So let me go to here, here, and then I usually always do color, that's, and then just kind of like mess around with it. Let's see. Whatever catches my eye is what I go for. And then I kind of just build around that. It's fine to like go extreme for the beginning, because then you can adjust it however you want afterwards in detail. Maybe I should desaturate it a little bit. This off. I'm also looking at like trail camera references. These. Let me just expand it a bit. So these are my references. Basically. I just have it like off the screen, like not showing on OBS. Okay. I don't mind this, but I think I'm still gonna change it later. Let me try to add a bit of a glow to this. So let's do, well, streaks are good for kind of emulating like a, I wouldn't say a dirty camera, but just some lenses have like streaks that go around based on the brightness. This one might be a bit harder to do with it, but we'll see. It's usually like, well, I guess it depends on the camera, but I usually like to go with this type of a thing. It's kind of like a smudged camera, basically. I can just adjust how much threshold I want it to have. But also turn up the strength a bit more. This is just for general sketching. Okay. Okay, give me a second. I need to do this and then this. Okay, so let's just add these first, and then I can add it on top of the original. So there, and I can adjust. Okay. Alright, let me find. I don't know if I'm gonna have these code arrays yet. I'll decide on that later when it's done to render. But for now, it's okay to not have that. Now I will just look for like a tree model somewhere. Okay. Usually like I model basically everything, but foliage is the one thing that I have to look for the models for. I like these. It's very good. So I think I want to use that. Alright, let me just... Oh, okay. Is that geometry? No, it's one. Okay. Maybe, I guess if I disassemble it afterwards, it should be fine. Because it uses modifier stacks, so why not? Okay. It's still quite dense though. Wait, I think this one might have a 3D scan one here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's just separate that. We are playing with fire right now because of how many polygons there are. Alright, let me separate this, delete that, because we don't need it. Probably also deleted the decimate, yep. Okay. Decimate back, 0.1. could maybe also remesh this. That actually could be a good idea. There's like this option. I guess I could try it. It's kind of a hit or miss though, because it's not always consistent, but I'll try. Number of faces. Let's try like a low number. Yeah, see, it gives me an error. That's fine though. I can just use the decimate modifier. It's basically the same principle, just not as clean, but we don't need it to be clean. It's like, it's just a background asset. Be like 0.5. I'm just going as low as I can until it looks like shit. But I mean, as long as it keeps its general shape, it should be okay. Because we don't really need it to be complex in the silhouette. So that's why. Textures are the things that carry it for the most part. This is pretty much similar to that, though I will give it a bit more detail because of the leaves. Now that I think about it though, I don't know if the leaves are gonna be visible or not. We'll see. Let's turn down the leaves as well, just to adjust a bit. I don't know what looks good yet, so maybe like that. Okay. Gotta fix the colors real quick. Let me just do it on the viewport view because otherwise it just blacks a bit. Okay, this is ambient occlusion, so raw base color needs to be sRGB. The rest just raw. Yeah. Okay. And there's another one, pretty sure. Oh wait, this is for the ground, I think, so I don't think we need that. Select, yeah, no, I'm just gonna delete this. Delete that. And this should be okay. Let's see. So put this down. Turn up the leaves a bit, but for the ones that are not going to be visible, like the foreground ones, we don't really need any leaves. So we will just disable that, or perhaps even maybe just have this stump like that. So I could just use this. Why does this look so bad though? Did I not pick everything here? Let's see. Oh wait, there's more. Okay. I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me just fix that. I think it's a mix. That makes sense. Let's just load that. Alright, so base color, sRGB. Then everything else raw. Okay. That just became like magma. But this is a displacement, so maybe I can just not use it because we don't really care for that right now. What else do we have? Okay. Alright, let me see. What happens if I do roll data? I think this is the same thing, yeah. So let me disable that. Let's see. Something is definitely wrong. Oh wait, base code, there it is. There we go, yeah. I missed one. Or actually there's more. Is this like separate? No. I guess I missed this area. Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah, so I was working on this side, but didn't realize that there was more. That's fine. Yeah. Alright, that should be good. Now I'm just gonna place these. Hold on. Okay, this is having a hard time for some reason. Let me actually apply the decimate modifier at least on, you know, the general mesh. But I think if I do that, then the leaves break. I think. Yeah. Okay. Well, what if I do 0.5? Okay, that's better. 0.4. 0.3. Okay, so that's basically the area where it just dies. So let's do like that. Yeah, apply this. And also apply this one. Now it's functional. Better than before. Right. Yeah, so I'm just gonna put these down, and then after they're put down, I will just delete the top parts for the ones that don't need it. For now, I'll just also disable this modifier because it's just slowing it down for no reason. You got a favorite one you have worked on it? Oh, you mean like the favorite backdrop I worked on? I mean, I guess the Ticket Tubby one is probably my favorite one, but it doesn't exactly work that well as a backdrop because of how erratic it is with the movement. So it is a bit distracting, but I don't know. I guess one of the more static ones would be one of my favorites that I worked on, but I don't really know which one specifically. Can't really specify without looking at them. Okay, now I will just duplicate this. I guess Alt-D should be fine. Let me actually just place them first and then adjust. if they ever do another SCP story, I can't wait to see your take on the background. Yeah, I am intrigued by SCP, even though I haven't exactly read much of it, but I like the concept. Let me add quick halation, actually. So separate color, and then red. Actually, how was this done? Right, combine color afterwards. So now we got the red channel, and the way I do halation, well, if I'm not using like de-hancer, for example, I separate the red color from the RGB, right? Sorry about that if that was loud, I don't know. And then I just do Gaussian blur, or just whatever blur I can have. So let's say just this one. Yeah, this is the Gaussian blur. Okay. And now I'll just like increase it a bit. Just like enough for you to see. And after that, you basically just mix it with the original footage, right? Like that. Doesn't look like anything right now, but if I click this and go to lighten, now it's working more or less. But if you wanna isolate like highlights, then you would need to do it from here. I guess RGB curves could work here also. Like just do this, just isolate the right parts, basically. And then that's what's gonna happen. Now, it shouldn't exactly be giving the whole thing a tint, but you can adjust it. You got a favorite non-CreepCast project? I don't know. Like I don't really have favorites. It's like it's weird because at the time when I'm finished with something that I haven't done before, I'm like, this is probably the best thing I've done, or it could be, right? But then after the time passes, it's like I just think that it could have been better. So it's not like I have a project that is the best one in my mind. It's like I always think that I can do better. I should do this here instead. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, that's not exactly working the way I wanted it to, but I'll see if I can do anything about it. Yeah, all right. I'm just gonna disable it for now, and I'll just add it in post because it's easier that way. Like in DaVinci, not here. Okay. Although, how does it look like with these? Not bad. I mean, that's basically the same. It just has this bloom in this area for some reason, which could just... But if I turn down the threshold, then at that point there probably won't be any glow, so that's probably not a good idea. So I will just disable it, that's fine. but I can add chromatic aberration with just like lens. This one was distortion. So if I just do image and then I do dispersion, it's a very simple way of doing this. I don't usually do it in this way because I don't really like using the red and blue channel because it's super common. I like to mix, I don't know, different ones like green and yellow or like magenta and whatever else, so that it's not typical, I guess. This is fine though, it's like a little bit. It's always better if you have chromatic aberration subtle and not overbearingly obvious. It's a weird thing because even if it is just a little bit, it is still noticeable. But you can't exactly pinpoint what it is at first until you look for it closely, at least in my experience. Would you ever work on a personal short film or something like that? Any personal projects you would want to do for fun? Yeah, I do want to make a short film at some point. I don't know when, at some point. But other than that, I also want to make a horror point-and-click game. So those are kind of long-term projects. So that'll be fun. All right, let me look at trail camera again. The reference. I can see that it's like pretty blown out here, so I could emulate that as well. Let's see. So let's lift that up a bit. Okay. It's kind of there. For preview purposes, that's fine. Actually, I didn't even plug this in. There we go. All right, let me try to adjust. All right, let me turn this off. Maybe I should put this like, I don't know, on the side for whenever I make it visible. So there we go. All right, let me try to make a bit of a slower fall off for the vlog. Faders. All right, density. This is what we need. Okay. Let's see without this. Okay, so I mean that's not bad for now as a, like a base. And I think let me actually try to have these trees in the background as well, if they will be visible or not properly. Okay, I could turn up the leaves on this, or I guess enable them in general. To change how this looks, maybe like a sphere, so it's easier to click. I'm just trying to make it so that it doesn't become too much for the program to handle. Because if I recklessly duplicate all of this, I might just crash. So I will randomize the scale afterwards. It's fine if it's just placing them for now. We need a foundation. Be right back. Okay. Back. over here, if that'll help for performance. Let's see. So if I do like one subdivision. Yeah, it's a bit better. So that's good. Can I do like 0? Yeah, okay. Just for preview purposes, but I think I'm gonna at least need 1 because the geometry does deform. So I need to know where to put stuff. So we can... Yeah, we don't need this much on here if I duplicate it and then delete. I guess delete that as well, honestly. That's probably fine. Okay. And then we will use this for scattering. So I'll call it trees or tree scatter, maybe tree scatter. And then I will select the tree. Make sure this is the source where we're going to be putting this at, and then scatter that. And yeah, that's not great. That's not great. 0, please. Yeah, that's the dangerous part about this whole thing. We need to have it really low because it tends to just spam it a lot, and that can literally crash your project. Okay, turn this up. So this is gonna be like below, just right below, basically. And I don't need any materials for this. And the reason why I did this is because I can really easily select the edges here and then just like do that. And it's just easier to distribute, basically. That's the whole point. I'm gonna try to have it just enough that it's kind of covering the background. So like there's a lot of trees in the forest. I am mainly focusing on this camera composition. Doesn't have to be like perfectly physically accurate, like at all. As long as you see what you see here and you like it, that's it. Now, if this was a game asset, then obviously I would need to make sure that it's fine on like every angle, but it's just like one angle that we are worrying about right now. Okay. Let me also randomize the rotation. I guess that did its job. Good. Reload the project. It is becoming a bit dense right now because of the amount of things going on. How does this look with temporary effects? I mean, I'm gonna change up some stuff anyway. Let me see. Alright, what if I turn up the fog a bit? Let me also turn off these. Alright, so go back to shader editor, then object. Put this a bit more. That. Yeah, I like this. Okay. I just want to give it a bit of a different tint, though. So, I'll just maybe hue, tint type. I could just go greenish. That usually fits with the forest. That's what I did for the stairs in the woods scene in the intro. It's just a bit hard to control because, you know, you gotta wait for the render to also process, and that's making it a bit sluggish, but that's fine. Alright, we have this set to temporary limit, so that's why I'm not saying detailed. So that's how it's supposed to look, yeah. Gotta be careful with that, because sometimes you will forget it, and then you will just end up adding a lot of subdivisions for no reason. Until you realize that you have to turn off the limit. Okay, I do want to have more grass right here. So I don't know if this works. Okay. All right. So let me just center myself, and then just somehow add enough white paint right there. Grass. And let me see, like, yeah, that's like the general area, but still not exactly doing what I wanted to do. Trying to avoid the path as well. Okay, well, I guess I'll just have to turn up the density for this. Okay, let's make sure we turn up the correct one. because if I turned up the trees, let's say you might have seen my stream crash. Who knows? Let's also turn up the scale because I don't want it to be 0, because 0 would mean that I don't see it at all, so why even render it then at that point? Thinking of also desaturating the grass a bit. Or maybe that's the other one I have, the lambs or whatever, the other plants, like these. No, I think it's also grass. Okay. Okay, so the grass is, I think, this one, yeah. So if I go here, object, that has to be it, I'm pretty sure, and then we just hue, saturation, and just turn it down. Not sure if that is working. Let me see. So let me turn off the fog temporarily. And then check that. Doesn't look like it's changing, but is there maybe another one here? Okay, that definitely changed. So, oh, maybe the ambient occlusion is also colorful. No. Okay. I should probably also limit the texture size, because I can do that. So turn on this, and then texture limit. In the viewport I could have it like 256, that's fine. That will help. Like, yeah, we went from like 5.3 gigs of VRAM to like 3.7, so that's good. Alright, there's a mix, right? That's probably what's driving the overall color, I would assume. Let's see, because that's usually like the translucency for grass, it can appear more green because of the light passing through it, so you just gotta account for that. But wouldn't it still be using this base color? Yeah. So then, what if I just... Okay, let me just wait for it to come back. What if I just do this then? And then I change this saturation. I think it's just changing like a very specific area, not necessarily. But that's what it feels like, at least. But I think this is okay. Just adjusting it as much as I can. If you could turn it more yellowish, I think that would also help a bit. Something like that. And maybe do the same for the other ones. I guess I should have just copied the hue node. from here and then just repeat it. Not sure what I want to listen to. It's fine.
Maybe I'm never enough. I'm sick and tired of fucking it up. Trying to put it together, it's not heading enough. Talking a lot, but you can't back it up. Act like you care, but it's not holding up. It's getting harder, I can't open up. Tried over and over to show you my love. It's too bad that we don't give a fuck at all. Maybe I'm never enough. I'm sick and tired of fucking it up. Trying to put it together, it's not heading up. Talking a lot, but you can't back it up. Act like you care, but it's not holding up. It's getting harder, I can't open up. Tried over and over to show you my love. It's too bad that we don't give a fuck at all. Don't call me at 3 a.m. in the morning. Do not disturb, it's been getting annoying. You say that you care, but it's not really sure. Can't take it no more, that's why I've been ignoring your call. Cool if you don't care.
Okay. Maybe change the bush color as well. So go here. Isolate this. Okay. I guess there's multiple ones here, so let's see. I should just delete the ones I'm not using. I think that will help. Okay. Do you have any horror stories, like last minute mistakes or something, renders bad, etc.? Well, it is often that whenever I finish something and I post it, I just realize that I messed up something. Whether that's like, I don't know, like a texture missing, or like I accidentally disabled a layer that I forgot to turn on. Happens, but what can you do? It's probably like, it happens a lot, probably like all the time, but less recently at least, so that's good. Let me just go to my liked playlist. Hold on a second. It's fine. Okay. All right. Oh. There. Okay. All right, let me try to add some lighting. Do you know if Hunter or if Hunter to Isaiah have a favorite piece of yours, or one where they seem to really enjoy? Well, so the way we work is there's producers, or I guess like one producer that kind of directs me more or less what I'm supposed to do, or at least lets me know what I'm supposed to be doing for a backdrop. And then they let me know if Hunter likes it or not, basically. But it's like you never have really explicitly been known that like they like something more than something else or something like that. So it's really consistent in that regard, I guess. But yeah, whenever they want to change something, they let me know. Like, for example, the last one I made with the CRT screen, that one was initially like different because I had envisioned it differently, but then they explained that it was supposed to be more flat for the text to go on, so that's what I did. I also posted like the early screenshot of that on Reddit for the BTS, so you can see how it looked like there. Okay, let me try to maybe turn these up. I have like clouds, I guess, if you want to call it, in the fog. So if I isolate this and try to render it, yeah, there's like clumps of volume happening that you can see here. So I'm trying to give the scene a bit more variation using that, if I can make it more visible. If not, then that's fine. It already like works pretty well as is overall. I like how it looks for the 3D part, at least. I will then also add effects. I don't know if I'm gonna stream for that long, but we will see. Maybe I will. I still need to make animations though, like some animated elements for this. But this is the general look, I guess. Alright, let me now add some lighting, see how that looks. Turn off the fog for a little bit. Okay. Could also maybe minimize the resolution for the viewport. So if I go pixel filter, I think. No, not that one. Where is it? This pixel size. So if I do like 2x, it will just show like a lower resolution, but it will run a bit better. That's the 2. Okay, that's fine for now. And let me actually also maybe turn this down, the foliage, so that I can work a bit better. Turn this up. Okay, so You can see the light right there. Kind of gonna try to do a gradient-ish fall off for this. See how that looks. I showed up rather late, not gonna lie. I'm going to rewatch the stream after to try to dissect how you built the scene. It's looking great already, and I can learn a lot from just what I'm seeing now. Yeah. You got the whole recording, so you can just go back whenever. But yeah, I hope that this is useful for people in whatever aspect it would be useful for you. I don't know. Okay. Could maybe try like straight down. Let's see. Let's find a spot here. Maybe like that tree. So if I do this, and then like that. Another thing is that you don't have to be realistic with visuals like this. As long as it looks good, you can just break the rules. So, but also that depends on what you're doing. Maybe you want it to be realistic. But I generally like to, when it comes to art, I like to break the rules as much as I can. Or maybe not as much as I can, but just kind of use it as a advantage. Like, there's no reason for there to be any light right there, but if it will look good, then I'm gonna leave it. Okay. Glad you like it. I'll just move this tree a little bit to the right side because there's a gap right there. Alright, I remember now. So I think people sometimes use emission strength rather than just density. So let me try that maybe. I don't know if that'll be less computative, like intensive, but we'll see. So if I do that, I mean, it is definitely a different look. And also turn this off, just if that's gonna help. Yeah, so yeah, that won't change. We need to change the emission color. Yep. This is pretty cool too, honestly. I can see like using this creatively. I'm changing the wrong one again. But for this, I think it is better to use actual volumetrics because it does give it kind of that dark areas as well, like there. I think, so when you turn up the anisotropy here, it kind of, I guess, focuses on the light in a way, like diverts it where the light is, and everything else kind of just darkens, I guess you could say. Or maybe not even darkens, it's just that density is less in those areas. So I think people sometimes use that for God rays, like sun rays. So that helps if you want to focus on the light more. But if you don't want to focus on the light, then just average it. But I think I like how this looks. Like the darkened area is good for contrast, I would say, and the light part on the top left just helps. Makes it feel a bit more, I don't know, tangible, three-dimensional. Not sure what to call it. Let me try to add a bit more plants in the foreground here, just defocused, to see how it looks. I can see one here and one there, so maybe I could turn it up a little bit, the density, or maybe just make them taller. That's also an option. At the slight gray adds liminality to it. Feels uncanny. Yeah, I guess that could also work here. Okay. Just kind of wondering if I can make it so that I have like a hill over here. I can click it. That. So like, what if I add a light source right behind it, and then it just kind of casts a harsh shadow, maybe? I don't know. We'll see if that works or not. I do have simplify on. It's fine. I should probably make a collection for the trees. Or, you know what, hold on. Don't I have this on G-scatter? Hold on, so I can just do this temporarily. Okay. Maybe I should mess with the anisotropy a bit more. That's pretty as well, honestly. But I do want a bit more fog, or I guess light around that area. Yeah. Okay. Test how this looks with everything on. Oh, yeah, that's on already. Good. Okay. Maybe I should make this push up a bit bigger on the left side. This one. And a bit taller. Let me also test how this will look with ambient occlusion a bit. Typically, I don't add ambient occlusion inside of nodes for like the final render, but it's a good way to preview it. So if I do this, okay. I mean, I think it helps for the depth. So I'll probably add it in post, but for now, I'll just delete it. Maybe I should make the light more yellow, like kind of to emulate the sun, I guess. Could actually just use nodes for this, and then use like a black body. This is usually what people use for when they want to emulate like either like a light bulb or sun, just like a more realistic way to approach it, I guess. It's like a temperature. I do like this, actually. I think that's a nice touch. But I am not sure if I should do the same for the tree lights. Because right now, I have them as like a pure white light source. But I don't know if it would be a good idea to use the same color as that orange, for example, because it could be overbearing, and the white light sources sometimes help to neutralize an image, like visually, so that it's not too much of one thing. But I could try. Okay, so I guess these aren't really linked, so I guess I'll just have to do it one by one. That's fine. Let me just pause that for a bit before I finish it. Or I guess until I finish it. Yeah, there. I don't mind it. Pretty good. Let me also experiment a bit with let's see here. This. I think magenta is gonna be good for this actually. Yeah, like that. When we're gonna get the Georgia Berserk fan film, I don't know, but I do want to do something Berserk related. Hey, that's pretty good. Check something here. I haven't watched or read it. That's on my list. You definitely should read it or watch it, but I would recommend reading it. That's the best way. Let me actually link the stream to the producers real quick. They might join, they might not join, I don't know. Just so that they can like see the process. I would assume that they're probably asleep right now. Probably. Okay. Okay, open this. Yeah. Is there any grass here? Yep. Hey, maybe I should make the grass a bit taller. Maybe. Let's see. Just trying to get a silhouette right here against the shadow. I actually should add a light source right there, because that helps a lot with silhouettes. So let's just do that real quick. Kind of like shining right over it so that it will like highlight the area. 1 second. Now, whenever you are working with volumetrics, like fog, if you put a light source in the middle of nowhere, you can clearly see it, right? So to avoid that, usually you would need to use light links, which is like, let's say I have this right here, and then I only want it to be affecting the grass. So I would just basically, let me just isolate that. So if I just go here, shading, light linking, and then I just make some random collection. Just gonna call it something so I know that this is for the grass. Then I just select all of the grass, go back to this, then I select that. Now it's only showing on the grass and nowhere else. So that's good. I wonder if the black spots here are because there's not enough transparency passes, or if it's just a material issue. Let me see. Light paths, transparent, let's turn it up. No, I think that's just a material. Okay. Alright. Let's see. On Legacy soundtrack, my beloved. Okay, so let's say this is this material, I would assume. Maybe. Object. Next shader, translucency. Okay, so if I, for example, just do this. Okay. If I had to assume, it's probably the translucency that is making it dark. Okay. I mean, that is a bit better, I would assume. I would say, rather not assume. I'm seeing it right now. But that's fine. Also, another tip for whenever you are emulating a camera is that you should always, like if you're doing CG, that is, you should always add a blur at the end. Like just a little bit, doesn't have to be too much. Like let's say right at the end of this, I just add a blur. Relative, I'm just like, just a tiny bit, because cameras can't capture such sharpness, I guess you could say, as CG does, because CG is perfect and you need to make it imperfect deliberately so that it's more, it makes sense a bit more in the context of a camera. Like imagine, I guess, recording with a camera, and then some cameras, for example, have like a sharpening filter, but before that is pretty much just a soft footage. Like the edges are soft, everything is soft. So by that logic, you would technically emulate that softness first, and then you would add the sharpness afterwards. And that would be a bit more accurate. Amazing, thank you, Wolf Cad. Okay, so now after the blur, I can add like sharpness. I'm just doing this for the preview purposes. This isn't final. Okay, so that's the sharpness. That's softening. You can do. There's different types of sharpness in Blender that you can use. For example, if you are using the Blender compositor and not some other program. So that this also helps with emulation. Usually in other programs I use like color emboss or emboss, it's called, depends on the program. Or sometimes I also use unsharp mask. If it's After Effects, if it's some other program, then it's probably just like sharpness. So this is good enough. Then I also like to add lens dirt. So let me just find one of the ones I use usually. So like this one, for example. So if I preview this, that's how it looks like. So if I put this in the correct color space, and then I want this to only appear in the highlighted parts of the image, right? So we go back here, all the way back. And then we just take this image, RGB curves. You could also technically use a color ramp, for example. It doesn't exactly matter here. It's just the pure result that we need is the highlights. Doesn't matter how you get that. There's just multiple ways of it. So let's say I just crush it. I just really contrasted, and then I need to use this as like a mask. But before that, I would usually just blur it so that it's not as harsh. So like, let's just do this real quick. Like that. You can mess with settings here, whatever you want. Depends on like your personal preference. It's not like necessary to follow something one by one. And then once you have this, you can use that. I guess I could also like scale this properly so it fits the screen. Scene size, render size, there we go. So now we need to use this blur as a mask for this thing. So then we just accordingly just pick the colors so that it appears in those highlighted areas like this. So right now, if you look at it, it's appearing right there because of this. I could also like turn up the contrast if I wanted to, just by adding another layer or node, like color ramp, for example, like this. If I do that, it like crushes it a bit. Could have also used that in here instead of the curves, like that, and then like do this or something. But this is fine as well. So I would kind of lose time in that sense. So yeah, but if it's like really early, like Monday, I get information on what I'm supposed to make, then why not, I guess. Actually, now that I think about it, I also want to put light, kind of like a light streaks maybe over the meadow or the grass, whatever you want to call it. So let me try that. Let's turn off the effects for now. And let's duplicate this light link. Call this grass and ground. There we go. Let me just check how this looks first from the top. Okay, so not like that. This. Might need to change the coordinates for this so that it actually appears properly. It's a bit messy whenever you try to make a gobo, it's called. Like, it's basically like a light source that has a shadow. Hello, smooth. I can see something like moving around, but I'm not sure. Oh wait, I think I know why, actually. Hold on. We don't even need this, wait. Usually it's the radius that is the problem with the stuff like this. Because it like blurs it a lot and then it just doesn't appear. But this time, maybe not. Let's just plug it in directly into color. Let's see how that goes. Oh, hold on. Okay, I think I'm seeing stuff. It's a bit hard to actually work with the ground right there for this, so I'm gonna make a separate plane. And maybe just make it dark for viewing purposes. Okay. Okay. It's kind of weird though, because usually it doesn't really happen that it's like this. Okay. Now it's not even appearing. Odd. Okay. Oh wait, I think I know why actually. I'm dumb. I forgot that I have a light link for this. I can just remove it for now. Yeah. Okay. Let's do constant. And then plug this in maybe. Trying to figure out there. Hold on. Something is appearing. Turn this down. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that's good because now we can just adjust it however I want. Although I am gonna be multiplying it with this, so yeah, that's better. And then do that. So we're just gonna use this as a more of an interesting light, I guess you could say. I'm gonna do this. It kind of looks like when light passes through a bunch of trees. Kind of. So now if I just put it here and then check how that looks. Okay. Fog. Yeah, that does work actually. I like it. It's like subtle. I'm gonna tweak it a bit more, but I like how it looks. Okay. Let's also maybe try having it affect some of the trees. I think that could be fun. Just trying to see where it appears. Okay, maybe if I isolate it and see it that way. It's taking a bit to initiate the render view, but it's fine. Okay, so for this one, I think I will make it a bit smaller, like that. Not sure why I am unable to see it in here, but at least I'm pretty sure I got the right... Or no, that was a different one. That's why it wasn't appearing. Okay. So we needed this tree. They just look similar because they are the same. So, waiting for that. pretty fun. I like it. Could adjust it a bit so that it isn't too intense, maybe. Okay. I may have changed. Okay, so yeah, so those are linked, so I guess this changed alongside that. Okay, that's fine, though I can separate them. Single object. Okay, so now if I change it, it should be independent, yep. Good. Okay. I hope these aren't... Yeah, no, okay. Just making sure they're not linked. Okay. Could also add a rim light for the trees. I think that would be good. Okay. Basically just select everything here. And then, well, I guess I should have just made a light source first before doing that. So let's do light area. Rotate it. Okay. So now let's just do just a little value change so that I can see it up here. Yeah, that's basically that. So now I just need to select every tree. Move this out first. Okay. Select everything. And then after that, we just need to select this one that we just made. Okay, create a new light link. and add every tree in there. So now if I just mess around with this, it'll only affect the trees, like the one we did for the grass before, basically. So yeah, see how there's like a light now on the side? That's basically rim light. That's what we call that. And I just straighten this if I can. Okay, let's just do this then. Yeah. Alright. Copy this one. Paste it. Okay. Now it's orange. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes the objects just stand out in the composition. I like it. I might actually add a little bit of a subsurface scatter to the trees. Sometimes it looks good, even like if it isn't like skin per se, because usually subsurface is used on skin. It's when, for example, you shine a flashlight on your finger and you can see it kind of illuminate in red. That's the light passing through. That's what we call subsurface scattering. But it is used on, like, well, I wouldn't say maybe not leaves or plants, because I think those use translucency in Blender at least. So, but you can use it on other objects too, if they look good. Or rather, if it makes it look good, because why not? Okay, let me find another one. It's generally the same, so it's not that worth to do, I think, for this. That's fine though. I mean, it looks fine anyways, I like it. Okay, I'm thinking maybe I add like moss or something on the trees. Could look cool. And I want to change how this bush in the front looks, because I don't like it. Yeah, that's a bit better, I think. Wait, what if I change the color of the fog? Like... I think I'll turn down some lights a little bit. That's better, I think. Okay. Understanding nothing, if I'm being honest, but absolutely love the complexity of the process and amazed by the final results. Great work, even now while in the making. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to understand everything I'm saying. I'm just like talking out loud. Could probably add some dust. Although I could do that in post. You know, wait, I'm wondering, what if I use a panoramic camera? 1 second. So... I mean, it's not bad, but like, I feel like if I... Yeah, if I build it, around this distortion, then it would... points in volume. That's what I wanted. Yeah, so now it's distributing it inside of the object. Right, there we go. I'm sitting here trying to guess the story, but for us isn't exactly a giveaway. Yeah. I took a break from my project and wow, it looks so different. I guess a lot changes quickly when it comes to texturing and effects. I usually spend hours turning a ball into a character. I mean, it's like after I've been doing it for so long, I just do it fast, I guess. I don't know what to say. But yeah, everybody starts somewhere. So if I do this is just going to be a very simple shape for the dust. Just gonna call it dust. Then go back to here. Where even is this actually? Okay, let me move this out of this collection because we don't want it right there. Same for you. Okay, now click this, drag the dust object right there. Instances on points. And now just plug that in. It's not visible right now. For some reason, it's right there. It's probably because I put it on a wire mode, so I have to have it on textured. Yeah. Shade smooth. So that's the tiny particles of dust in the air. And now I'll just give this an emissive material. So that obviously you can't see it yet because it's in just object view. You can't see the materials in this view, but you will in a second. Go back here. Gonna randomize the scale. Okay, so now there's different sizes of these things in the air. So we do that, and now if I click render, give it a second. Might need to turn up the glow, or the emission rather. I don't know why it keeps on rendering. Shouldn't do that. Okay, let's try, I don't know, 10. Okay, that's a bit too bright. Let's try 5 and isolate it so it's not killing my PC. Okay, that denoise is just like deleting it from the existence. Okay, so let's do 128 samples then, maybe that will work better. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see it. Usually I also like to do like a transparent node mix of these two, so it's not too bright. It's like halfway. Then you can adjust it. And perhaps I should also use the same temperature for this as the other light sources. So now it's going to be more orange. And it just disappears because of the denoiser, but I can also turn that off. Denoiser usually just uses like, I don't know, averages of color on the screen, and then it kind of smudges it so that there's no more noise. And sometimes if you have tiny parts like these, then those might just disappear. Okay. And I look at where the light sources are. I should probably make a collection for them. I think that would help. Yeah. Light. So. Now, if you are using passes, you can actually render an image in a way that you can control the lights, like, after you render it. So, like, let's say I want to control, like, this light over there in the corner. I can just, like, render like an assigned pass just to that light source, so it will just render out that area of only the light source. So then you just use that to subtract from the original image. It's literally like math. It's like you have a number and then you subtract it with the other number. In this case, it's like 1 subtracted by 1, and then it's 0. That means there's no more light source, or no more light in there. Now, you don't have to like subtract it completely. You can just have it halfway or something. So you can like adjust how much intensity you want it to have, or even change the entire color of it. So that's why passes are fun to know how to use. It's very helpful for, so that you don't have to re-render it, you know, the whole project. It's been a huge time saver for me, at least. Okay, I'm just thinking like what to do now. That's why I'm kind of looking. Because I like how this looks, but I feel like there could be something else that I could add. Okay. Select these trees. I'm just kind of separating it right now. Okay, so that one also needs to be selected. Okay. That's good. Now I will just make a separate collection for this. So background like that. All right, and then same thing, but for this. Maybe not that one though. That's we don't have to select the G-scatter stuff here, I'm pretty sure. Or at least not the instances of it. So good. I think that's good. Everything is selected. Put this in foreground. That's like, this is for layering. Also what happened? Oh. Okay. Right. Let's not select these. Okay, that's still not it. Oh wait, maybe these are the problem. Let me just do that. Yep. Alright, so I can just do foreground. So that's one layer. Then I can make another one. But before I do that, I guess I can also disable the background, so it makes sense. So like, if I disable it, you know, it's just gonna be the foreground. But if I, for example, want the light information or the whatever information from the background elements, I can do that by just enabling indirect information. So if I enable that, now you can see the light is back from the background because I am using the indirect information from it. It's not visible, but everything else is visible to the other elements. Have a good stream, man. I gotta head out. I'll rewatch later. Alright, thanks for watching or hopping in the stream. I don't know if transparency is gonna work with this because yeah, there's a lot of fog, so it wouldn't really work that way anyway. But I could maybe put this as like a holdout, and then you can kind of see the shapes appear there. That's basically cutouts of the background. So it won't fully render these, it's gonna be like half transparent. It just kind of saves time when you render it out, basically. Thinking of making the grass a bit, not the actual grass, but like the one on the path. I'm gonna try to make it closer to the actual plants. Maybe that's a bit too dark. Okay. Could make the path darker though. I think that will help with the contrast. This basically. I could also add maybe like a fence going across the path. I'm not sure if that would make sense in a forest. Maybe not. Maybe yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let's actually do the other layer. But I also want to organize this before I do that. So let's see. Okay, I think I should have... Yeah, I should probably put this in the foreground. Okay, what else do we have here? I think this as well as, yeah, pebbles. Yeah, all of these are in the foreground, so I may as well just put that there. Right. Yeah. But that didn't seem to do anything. For some reason. Alright, because you gotta do it separately like that. Okay. Alright. So now, as you can see, this is the only part that is isolated, whereas everything else is like transparent. So this is the background layer, and then this, if it's gonna load, this is the foreground. So those are like separate, which then I'm gonna combine later But yeah, the reason why I do that is because if I need to change something in a certain layer, then I don't need to render the entire thing all over again. Just gonna render that one layer. Okay. I could just render these now, actually, why not? Just like trying to decide on what I want to select for the passes. Passes are basically like different parts of an image, like this. These are all the things that make up the image, so. Right. Yeah, we have some emission because of the dust, but I'm gonna do that in post, so I should probably delete it. Probably. So let's just do that. Wherever that was. Hard to spot, but I can just click this actually. But that's the object that I'm using, not the actual emitter. Should have named it. That's on me. Although it was a sphere, so maybe if I do this. Yep, there it is. Dust emitter. Just disable it, basically. That was just for preview purposes. Alright, well, I'll be right back. I muted before I even said that. Back. Hey. Right, I need a alpha channel for this. Okay, so let's see. And to remember how it was done. Was it like just a mix? Not really. Okay. Yeah, there was a way to do this in Blender. I'm just trying to figure it out. But this is how it's supposed to be. But then... oh, there you go. Okay, great. Now I just do... this... okay. Well, to be fair though, it doesn't really look like it was added, like nothing much has been added here. There is color right there, but it's ultimately it's just obstructed anyway by the fog. So, but how does it look? Okay, wait, there should be yeah, image. Let's say I mix the combined ones. Okay, so that's how it's supposed to look, right? And this is how it looks, so that's bad. And it's probably because this also needs the alpha. Like this, but I guess the other way around. Okay. That looks better, but there's transparency in the areas that we don't need. Right, so... so the foreground is supposed to be visible. But for some reason it isn't fully visible. So I'm trying to figure it out. Oh, I think this did it. Looks like it at least. Okay. Alright. Is this one fully... no, there's still transparency there. It should be like basically like that. It is kind of odd why this is happening, but I will figure it out eventually. I guess that would make sense though, because that's like since it's a fog, I guess it's calculating that, and then because it's like a gray area, it's half transparent, half not transparent, and that's why it looks like this. Okay, well, yeah, so you can kind of see that, but I guess if it's like, if there's a black background, let's say like that, but then I think that's fine. Yeah. Also, I don't remember this flower being there, but I guess that's because I had it, the geometry simplified, so maybe it didn't appear because of it. Let's see. Or maybe I didn't fully turn on the viewport display, so I wasn't aware of it. Let me see, where's the JScatter plugin? I cannot spot it. 1 second. There it is. No, this is all 100%. Oh wait, maybe... Yeah, okay. That's the subdivision. Okay. That was inconsistent between the viewport and the render. Okay, that's good. Yep, that's fine. That should be good now. Okay, so if I re-render this... I also usually like put denoising for each of these. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm just gonna do it like in a simple way, not for every pass for this. So let me render that. Maybe I should also limit textures on render, because I really don't think we need that much resolution for the textures for this, because it's not going to be visible. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not sure why there's black spots like here and there. Guess I'll investigate. Oh wait, I think... Wait, do I have... No. The render sample is fine. That's odd. Maybe I missed a pass. Could have. Okay. We got all of these though. So okay. Let me do another test render and compare the, the combined version and the separate pass version, see how that works, if that's any different or not. I know I'm probably talking like nonsense for most of you, but somebody might know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this looks fine now. I mean, at least on this render. I guess we'll see how it looks in the passes. Yep, now it looks good. I guess it was a bug, not bug. Yeah, that looks okay now. Okay, so I will just go to DaVinci now. I will need to get back to this later to like denoise the passes, but for now I'll just build it and then do that because I want to do post-processing part of this. So let's just do that. I'm loading it up now. Okay. Then let's change this to this. Yep. All right. Close Blender for now. Save. Okay, so anyways, that, and then we need a fusion composition. Go into this. Okay. And then we just drag both of these here. No need to merge them yet. There we go. So I will call these, let's just see which one's which first before I do anything. So, okay, so that's the background. And let's call this background. GBA foreground. Let's call it forest. All right. So, now this isn't the correct view because it needs to be transformed from ACES to sRGB. It's like color spaces are a bit, or they might be confusing, but it's just generally like transforming it for you to be able to view the colors properly as you did in Blender. So like this is how it's supposed to look. Like if I merge these, like background to background, and then foreground here, that's the image, right? Now for the stream purposes, I will just have it like this right now, just so that I can go and do some effects. Although I think I should do at least the lens dirt in here. So let's just do that first before anything. So bring this in, resize, and then curves. Okay. Overlay. And we need like another curve so that I can determine where I want the light to be. So something like this. And then we need a blur for that. Box blur is okay. Okay. Okay, so now I need to combine this with the original. So here we put this into background, then the lens blur, foreground, right? Put this on maybe screen, why not? And then we need to use this as a mask. So a little bit over here. And then I need to pick luminance so that it actually uses the values of this. Okay. Oh. I had to maybe make it a bit... Actually, wait, I need to put this one not here, but rather wherever the lens blur is, so like this. So do that. Can't. There we go. And then now brightness just changes everything, so then maybe gain. Yeah. With these so it doesn't go over, because like if I don't clip these then it actually affects the entire image, so we don't want that. Maybe not like that, but rather, and I'm just gonna have to like tinker with it until it looks what I want it to look like. That just kind of makes the whole thing right, so obviously we don't want that. Actually, you know what? I may need to add more contrast to the mask itself. So let's do that instead as well. Okay. That is a bit better because I can see it now, like the shape of it. Okay, that's better. Yeah. I think I'm pretty happy with that, so just switch this, then plug this into here. And now I can go to the actual, coloring stage of this, or grading and other effects. So, put this here. First of all, before anything, color space. So, transform this. Basis. Not sRGB actually, we need a Rec 709 here. Alright, so call this CST. Then Shift S. Alright. This one I wanted to have a hue change, or I guess not a hue change, but rather a saturation change where the green is. So it's just like a bit, I wanted to saturate it a little bit to make the actual orange pop a bit more. Okay. Okay, so you set, then let's do vignette for this. So let's take a mask. Alright. Then I guess gamma is fine usually. Then invert it. Make it bigger. And make a softness like this. Actually, you know what? Maybe I also do gain. Or just the overall offset is also an option. But that could be a bit extreme. Okay. Yeah, that's like too much. Just gain is fine, I think. It is interesting how it's being desaturated though here, or at least I don't know what it's doing really. But it looks like it's changing the color. Maybe I should put this afterwards, like this. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, alright. Okay. Now, curves. Not bad. Okay. Okay, it's not bad so far. I think I like the one in earlier. This one, yeah, it's nice. I mean, this is just like the generally what it will look like, I think. I just need to add animations and stuff as well later. But I will send this to the producers and see what they think so far. Like that. This is how it looks. Hold on, what was it again? I don't remember what the full screen key was. V? No. Not that. Completely forgot. What was it? Let me just Google it real quick. DaVinci Resolve full screen key. Control F. Yeah. But it doesn't show up on the stream, so that's I'm just gonna change to the display capture. Yeah. Yep. So that's how that looks like. Sometimes I also like just Oh, hello.
George donated $1.
The 100th was. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. It wasn't Georgian, but they were basically complimenting the work that I've been doing for as long as I have. So I appreciate it. Alright, let me just do just a bunch of test, like text basically, and I will pick the same font that they use on the podcast. Trying to find where it is, what the hell. Courier, fine, there it is. Then I need a drop shadow. And maybe make it like smaller in size because that's a bit big. Okay, that works. So this is like how it will look like, I guess. Whenever there's text, I can also maybe smudge the drop shadow a little bit closer, so it's not too separated. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, so that's pretty good, I'd say, so far. I do wonder how I will do the animations for this, but I'll figure it out. Because there is a character, I guess, that should be scattering around like the area. Just like passing by really quickly, maybe in the foreground as well, but it would be like defocused. You wouldn't be able to see what it is exactly. So yeah. Well, I think this is a good point to finish the stream though. I mean, I literally just did like the basic foundation of the backdrop, so that's pretty much it. Also, I realized that the chat hasn't been working on the left side, and it was supposed to be working. So that sucks. Yeah. I'll try to fix that for next time. What if I... hold on, let me just try something. Nah. Yeah, it's a problem. Oh well, I'll fix it. But yeah, I think this is it for now. So, hopefully this was interesting to watch at any point. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, there's supposed to be like chat right here, but it isn't because it's broken. But yeah. Thank you for tuning in. I might stream again. I don't know when. But I mean, like, in general, for backdrops, whatever I'm gonna be doing in the future. So, I'll try to at least, but no promises. But at least you guys got this recording now that you can, you know, skim through, see how I do stuff for these backdrops, so that's cool. So yeah, goodbye.